Hey, lurks make the entire thing work. All y'all lurkers are great. Thank you. Hold on. Let me just do one thing over here. Let's switch the right scene. All right. So what they're saying is, if we look at the first one they call out, that'll probably help. It'll be easier to find. So line 140. Let's go look at our OpenAPI YAML file and double check that. All right, there we go. I did it too much. All right, that should be good. And yeah, what's everyone up to? How's your Monday? Just working away. Nice. We don't see the OpenAPI file. I must not be keeping that open. You look forward to Monday all weekend, don't you? Yeah, I believe it. Oh, hell yeah, Defect. Hell yeah. Congrats again, man. That's super cool. Oh, and let me pop out my chat over on YouTube real quick before I forget. I should definitely throw a lurk on someone. And yeah, Adam, killing it. Yeah, he's sitting at like the 200 plus number consistently, I believe, all on his own. So yeah, he's great. All right. So we need to replace those. It's going to take a bit, but it'll be fine. All right, so as that's going, oh wait, it's in our editor here, so we got to just wait for it to finish. There we go. This is the part that actually takes a while. Okay, it finished. Nice. All right, so we actually need to go update. Hold on, which endpoint is it? It's the docs endpoint. Adam learns live did? Interesting. Yeah, I see zero value in anything like that. But, you know, if everyone did the same thing, life would be really boring. Really not sure what VS Code's hanging on it. See that little thing up there in the corner? That means it's working, but we don't know on what. All right, so we want to save what we got here. We need to rerun the OpenAPI generate. And we saw this fail before, but we didn't see why or how. So we got to look at that. Oh, because our server is down. Why is our server down? Oh. Air brakes. Real quick, if you already know the answer because you've been here in this stream, don't answer. But who knows where that quote is? Air brakes. Where is that from? Name the movie. I'll give you a hint. It's one of the best Christmas films of all time. And I mean a film directly about Christmas, not just Christmas time. Nope. And what up, Privan? Yeah, I'm lurking at him too. Glad to have you in both channels. And yeah, you knew I was specifically not talking about Die Hard. So yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, I was quoting Ernest Saves Christmas. It's actually specifically about Christmas instead of just taking place at Christmas time. Oh, it's a movie that takes place at Christmas time, and I'd call it a Christmas movie, but I wouldn't say it's specifically about Christmas, right? The subject matter is not related whatsoever. It's more of scenery and circumstance than it is actually part of the plot, right? The fact that it takes place at Christmas is just an excuse to have a party for everyone up on the third floor. It could have easily been a New Year's party. Right? And it wouldn't have changed the plot that much. You'd miss out on a couple ho-ho-ho jokes and, yeah, the dead guy with the Santa hat on, right? For the most part, it's just, they could have picked any holiday, basically, that would have someone flying in from across the country to visit. Could have been Thanksgiving. So yeah, it is a Christmas movie. It's just not specifically about Christmas. Christmas is just an implementation detail. That's all. Aha! So only references to headers are permitted in that location. So common headers cannot be in schemas. They need to be in headers. I think that's actually a good thing they called it out. Hell yeah. All right, let's see if these tests actually run. Okay, there we go. Now, we haven't reseeded the database recently. And yeah, real quick, anyone willing to throw a lurk over on the YouTube? You'd be helping me out. No worries if not. Okay, so now yeah, let's go look at what's going on here. We are getting status code 401 in some places, but we're not getting a successful 401 still. And we're going to have to look at that. We're going to let it finish real quick. Ooh, we saw user ID is not a number for some of them. All right, so we end up needing the care set in there. Ooh, expected. Right. That's because here in the response content, that needs to be the thing that we say we're expecting there, because that ends up overwriting it. And then that ends up looking okay there. That looks good to me. Here's one thing. We do need to reseed our data just to be sure. It's a little more annoying, but it's worth it. All right, it's in this tab we were doing the sudo yarn dx. And yeah, so this takes a second to run, so just give me a minute while I go pour some more water. Better make sure I do my password there. This is going to reseed our database for us. We should just let it run, let it do its thing, and I will be right back with some fresh water, and see you in a sec. So yeah, any fun plans for the coming week? Anyone got any vacation that they're looking forward to? Anything like that? What you do? Me, I don't do vacations. I take random days off to go snowboard. Which, while this is running, we could go do. We could go look at what the webcams at Stevens Pass are saying. There's a fair bit of pine needles on top of the snow there. Don't see much on the branches, so they haven't gotten a lot lately. Has some fairly good pack next to things. Pretty good on the roof right there. Yeah, the snowfields are still pretty covered. Still some trees on the main run. They are not open right now. It looks like they were open over the weekend. So yeah, not great. And CAD Coder, yeah, no worries. I do need to start streaming earlier too. So yeah, if I can get back on like an 11 a.m. start time for myself, that'll be like 2 hours earlier than you're used to seeing me. So that might help. I've been saying I'd start earlier for a while now. I need to actually make it happen. What's up, average YouTube user? How you doing? There we go. Trying to make sure I'm like actually centered in the camera here. Centered enough. All right, how's this thing going? Hey, we're done. Nice. YouTube user, you are finishing your last work of the semester. Nice. All right, so we get the back end spun up. All right, we have updated things. Let's regenerate the API real quick because I don't think we've done that. So we would have broken on that. Our body type check should be good now for these 401 tests. Right, this properties thing was wrong. It's just going to be error at the top. Okay, so it's missing that. No enum match for the content type. And at schema, missing required property. Schema? I think we need to regenerate that one more time. So yeah, here's the crazy part. We had almost 100 passing previously, Now we don't. So let's figure that one out. Building a feed scraper in Rust and Leptos. Interesting. Using Terso for DB. Okay. So basically the prime stack. Only thing you're missing is some HTMX. Uh-huh. I don't believe you. All right, so we're seeing a failure there that I find interesting. Oh. No, that looks okay. Oh, so they hate that. That's the thing they were saying I needed a schema on then, right? I just want to see if that's going to give us what we're looking for, and it'll validate. And what's up, Chica? How you doing? Dude, this like, yeah, VS Code slows to a crawl whenever I'm running something in Docker. Because Docker is chewing up so many damn resources because it has to use QEMU instead of native emulation. And that's just because Apple won't allow me to update to the latest OS X or Mac OS version. So we can all blame Apple, right? I'm okay with that. Yeah, I don't care. There we go. File saved. So we still see missing property schema. Loading there seems like a lie. All right, hold up. VS Code wants to reboot. We've got some extension that wants to as well. Rust Analyzer does not need to be running right now. Yeah, I should probably disable a bunch of these that we're not even using. Downloading update. Sure about that VS Code? I know it doesn't take that long to download. Yeah, I wish I could update. That would be so much better. Okay, so that looks okay to me now. So we're going to have headers, common headers. Okay, so that's our schema for that, and we should be able to close that. Call it good. Let's rebuild our docs. But never mind. We got a mistake there. So we got to rerun this again. Any minute now. No failure yet. All right, now we got to do it again. Will it blend? Probably not. I'm going to hope it does. I at least want to see. Nope. Damn it. I think they're just straight up telling me I can't reuse headers in that way. Hmm. Man, just some errant eyelash that's still hanging down. So here in components, we can do headers. Yeah, so I'm trying to understand how this might be allowed. Yeah, we don't see it there either. So the place that we're generating the OpenAPI YAML file. If I do that, here we are, VS Code chewing up way too many resources to save, but it's really Docker's fault. Yeah, QAMU chewing up easily 57%, 50% of all our resources. Let's quit Discord for now. Let's kill the Stream Deck for now. This part doesn't seem like an issue. But we also see that the extension just isn't loading. Okay, so let's try this. So I want to see this get formatted a bit better so that we can actually comb through this thing a bit better. Hey, there was at least one eyelash that was bugging me. All right, how do we format this? That might take a sec. No? What's up, Angel? How you doing? All right, so if we regenerate this, we'll get a formatted API document. And then it'll be theoretically a little easier to go through and comb and, you know, update these things on the fly. Been doing a bunch of Blender. Nice. All right, so now we see a proper file here. We don't care about those. All right, so it gets into paths. Nope, the thing in the title. I think we have to just go put it here on responses. Let's go do this. Let's take what we got here, just directly copy and paste it. Here we go. All right, so we should see that be fine now. Dude, this is just as slow to update as VS Code. Ah, dude. Ah, Docker's killing me right now, man. Hurry up and update. So it looks like that schema is defined, right? This seems terribly inaccurate. Oh, so I could have done content in headers there. So here, headers must be a parameter object? No, that one's fine. Headers must be a header object. I wish it gave us more of an, like, just some more feedback about what it's doing right now. Like, is it still compiling, or are we done? Headers must be a header object. Yeah. Tell us what's allowed and what isn't. Come on. It's like flip-flopping back and forth on us. What do they think the quick fix is? So this is the issue then. And that doesn't actually change anything. So it's like, yeah, this is getting really annoying. Like, I almost want to kill Docker while we're doing this, but we need it running. I could reset, right? I could get rid of the Docker stuff, right? Get rid of the DX. And we could just point it at our local database. Just kind of a pain in the ass to do that, but it would speed things up massively. Now here's the craziest part. It seems like it's okay with this now. Doesn't it? It's fine with it here too. But this is failing to actually parse it now. Oh, is that really what I did? Oh my god, you're right. Yup. Here's the thing, we actually got past it, though. So this shouldn't have worked. Okay. Yeah, you're right about that. We have schema here, but it's schemas elsewhere. So yeah, that path was wrong. Okay, so yeah, that was actually it. Yep, typo. Yeah, good eye. Okay, so headers at schema, missing required property, schema. Let's regenerate one more time. Something's up. That was what we were missing there. We'll regenerate this one more time. That being pluralized, yep, that was clutch. So we might be good. We got to do this one more time. Yeah, good eye, Ultra Nano. All right, so I think we're still gonna fail. It totally looked like the same thing. Yep. All right, so we do get it to compile. That's good. All right, looks like Adam's done, so I gotta lurk somebody else. Sure. And yep, that team got deleted. So now we have to reseed things. And yeah, this might be the move. right? The move might be ditching Docker so that we can get some actual performance back. And then from there, we might be okay. It's just so many things there that might actually still depend on Docker. I would say understanding, right? Like, if you're going to be doing like web apps in any way, right? Do you mean web apps or desktop apps, actually? Let me double check that. And yeah, we got time while that's running. So when you say C# apps, do you mean desktop or web? Again, you're not helping out. If you don't know, you need to ask someone, because that's going to massively change how that works. So until you know that difference, I don't know, man. The data set is not complete. Until you figure that out, no one's advice is going to be valuable to you. Damn, Bob! A 25 stream streak. That is definitely the most I've ever seen. All right, we need to regenerate this. One thing I want to double check. So these are the skipped tests. These are the skipped before each. want to see what transaction.method is here. Because the bare minimum, we could just skip all of the delete tests. That way we're not mangling the data. And then once we're more confident that we've got what we want, then we're good to go. Method is undefined. All right, well, that's fun. So what are they yelling at this time? Ah, damn this thing. Yeah, this terminal is not great. We just got to let it finish. It's going to keep jumping on us. It just takes like 2 minutes to run. So fail, headers, at, schema, missing, required property, schema. Yeah, maybe Zenth code, but I think they are lacking on their actual understanding of what it's going to entail. Figuring that out first would be far more valuable than jumping into a boot camp first, than learning C# first without knowing what context you need it in. Right? So asking them if they needed web or desktop application experience, right? What they're going to be doing. If they don't know the answer to that, then they need to learn everything about programming? No. They need to get better constraints. Yeah, there's a whole heap load of use cases. We can't possibly give you the fundamentals for everything. All right, if they were going to need to learn web, they should probably learn HTML and CSS first. If they were going to need to learn desktop, they should probably learn and understand, widget libraries like, Boost or not Boost, Qt or whatever, right? Like, we don't know because they don't know. And because they don't know, any effort they put in could be wasted effort. That's not valuable to anybody. So yeah, they are massively missing out on the part where they probably should have understood the constraints of the thing they're doing. If they're a lead... No, they didn't say they're a lead. I would say instead they need to talk to their lead or whoever's converting them to C# devs. Without those constraints, nobody knows. Least of all them. I think this is where we're running into an issue of OpenAPI 2 versus 3. And I think this is getting into the issues I had with this previously, too. What if I don't do the schema that way? What if I don't do a ref? I feel like that should work. Any minute now. This is just so damn slow. Yeah, we need to just kill Docker. Postgres is able to run, right? We've got it already. All right, so quit Rancher Desktop. Once Rancher Desktop is gone, we're going to see how much faster my machine gets. All right, now Chrome helper. Yeah. This tab is definitely chewing up a lot. All right, so maybe this tab is just extremely slow. It is a very large file. So you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to remove everything after it. All right, so this is way quicker to work with now. Ish. Oh, wait, is that what they were saying? I don't think so. Okay, that looks like it now. Whew. And that's just in the response there. Okay. So yeah, this is moving quicker too. All right, so our next step then. All right, so if we change that to 5432, that should be pointing at our Postgres instance. Let's look at that. Five, 4, 4, 2. All right, so in the Prisma package, how do we run our seeds? directly. All right, so this is yarn db nuke. No. I think it's just deploy and seed. Let's see if that'll work. All right, so we're able to connect there locally. Perfect. We might have to upgrade Postgres. Okay, so DB deploy failed. Can I not just drop the database here? All right, so now I got to look at Prisma commands. Migrate reset. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's up to you. I think you're investing too much into it. Let it just be background noise while you're doing other stuff. How's it going there, Josh? Oh. All right, let's try that again. Yep, have a good one. Oh, is it just reset, not DB reset? Oh, it's migrate reset. No, I don't work with AI. Oh, I just applied to Flowwise. I wonder if this is me needing to update Postgres. Oh, yeah, I bet we massively need to upgrade Postgres. We are on a very old version. And yeah, so Josh, the thing we're doing is trying to establish better API specifications for cal.com. The thing in the title, DJ. Come on, man. As a regular, please read the title. You can see Postgres right here on the screen. What's up, Tim? How you doing? What are you up to? Seeing what everyone else is up to? Nice. Yeah, how goes the game making? Nope. Oh, right. Because you're behind schedule. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, that's a bummer. All right, so let's initialize Postgres 15. Oh, can I rename it? There we go. Yes, we were on a massively old version of Postgres. We were on version 10. Yikes. Zinth, Tim is an independent game developer. Ah, there we go. So yeah, that was the issue with trying to seed the database locally. This is already running way quicker than if we were doing the Docker stuff. So yeah, this is massively worth it to abstract out the Docker. We get 50% of our CPU back, which is huge. We see another seed kicking off, which is interesting. There we go. So we should be able to regenerate that now. I expect a bunch of these things to actually go way quicker. Yeah, exactly. When you set a deadline, yep. There's a Hitchhiker's Guide quote that you may appreciate. I love deadlines and the whooshing sound they make as they go by. Yeah, it's super good. Really, Krasner? Yeah, if it works, it works. Exactly, yep. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so we got way less tests passing now. Hey, what's up, Rub-a-Dub TV? How you doing? Man. Yes, this isn't the issue. But yeah, I'm doing well. how are you? Let's do the shout out thing. Ah, there you go. Yeah, thank you. What were you doing, though? What were you making? Custom game engine development for 2D MMO game dev? Nice. Is that going to be open source, or is it just for you to use for your own stuff? Nice. Oh, porting to TypeScript. Yeah, that can be a bit rough. So yeah, method there is wrong. We're trying to create a valid OpenAPI YAML spec for cal.com. And we're just fighting with our validator. Let's do this. Let's do a reboot. Let's disable my extension too, see if that speeds some things up. So schema is missing property schema. If you do exclamation point song, you can get a link. We probably get our seed script to fail here because team ID is not a thing anymore. So here's the big step. We need to reseed the database. I need to log what the actual transaction is so I can see what the prop is to tell if it's a delete request. That way we can skip all delete requests, and that means we won't have to keep reseeding. Hold on, let me do one thing here. I'm trying to see if we're playing Baldur's Gate tonight. No, whenever I'm streaming to YouTube, I need to make sure I'm using music that is absolutely allowed on YouTube streams. So I'm currently restreaming to YouTube as well, which means I have to use copyright-free audio. YouTube is far more strict about it. Okay, so before I do any more of that, I need to log out what the transaction is, and we are doing that. All right, so we should be able to get a full response object. That'll run after each test. And we just want to see what that response is going to be. Like, not the response, but the object itself. Wait, uh, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying there. What do you mean by cut out? Okay, so it's going to be .request.method. All right, so what's our failure, though? What's up, Sergeant Pepper? How you doing? This is so annoying. Oh, gotcha. Right, you're doing that for your VODs. Part of the getting monetized on YouTube is having 0 copyright strikes. Or I think up to 3. So I would delete every VOD with copyrighted music in it. My recommendation, just don't stream the music to YouTube. And then you're good. But if you actually want to monetize your YouTube channel, stop streaming copyrighted music. If you don't care about monetizing your YouTube, okay, sure. Yeah, and this is not updating quick enough for us to get any validation from that. All right, so one thing, no matter what, we got to stop this. We need to go reseed the database. Yes, we know it will delete everything. Okay, so the next bit. This is just not being validated for us. And yeah, what's up there? How you doing, Goatmeal? All right, so I need to go find the headers object again. A lot of this looks fine. All right, so seeding is done. Let's bring the database back up. Our delete stuff should be good. So now we should be able to rerun this without having to reseed. I removed the headers from our testing. We're going to see way more skipped. But we should also see more passing, theoretically. And maybe we don't have to specify the headers. That would be a huge win. And what's up, Martis? How you doing? How's it going, young Steve-O? Yeah, we're going to see a lot of skipped delete requests. Like 3 per entity. It's going to be like an extra like 30, maybe 40. We're back up to 75 passing. When we get this 401, what are they yelling about? Expected actual. So we actually see that passing. So this might not actually even be a problem. I think we actually just needed this, right? Instead of string here, it's no longer a schema, it's just the value we expect. If we run that, do we still see those 401s yell at us? My guess is that they're not going to care about headers, but they might. We get even less passing. Oh. So we expected a 401 here. But instead got a 400? Oh, too many clients already? Yikes. Yeah, it's an open source Calendly. I already use it. We know a couple people that come into stream that hang out and chat that work on it. And yeah, it's kind of nice. I have nothing to do with the company, right? Nothing at all, other than the fact that we have some regulars that work for them. But to me, the future of the application is being able to do enterprise integrations, etc. And if they don't have an accurate, fully tested, up-to-date OpenAPI spec, they're never going to get big enterprise to opt into it. So, yeah, for the future of the company, I would love to get hired to be their integration expert, right? Enterprise, whatever, right? Do, client solutions engineer type stuff. Bare minimum, help them build out SDKs that people can consume easier. Stuff like that. So this is almost like my own ad hoc, they don't even know about it, job interview. Or at least like take-home test. Who knows? They're probably not even hiring, but I still want to fiddle with it. All right, so we're back up. Let's try that. Yeah, I'd say check out cal.com. It's really good. And yeah, Martis, still working on the API. You were expecting to be done in a few hours. Like, no, definitely not. When the API spec is incomplete, it's gonna take more than a couple hours to bring it back up. Like, to make it fully testable and validatable. At the bare minimum, running our Dredd tests is going to involve writing a bunch of stubbing logic and other things. This was never expected to be only a couple hours. So we see that this one is actually passing. Now that fails. But I don't know why. So we're getting a 403 for some things that should be a 400. Yeah, so patching the webhook seems to be wrong. So the webhook that's available to us might be using the wrong key. So that's a little trickier. So beyond the webhook stuff, and you know what? We've got an HTML page that might make this a little easier to grok. We'll see. It doesn't look like it, but we'll see. Oh, God. Nope. This output is not great. So we do see passing. Ah, yeah, so some of our 404 tests. How would that ever be a 404? If it comes back empty, it still shouldn't be a 404. Yeah, a little bit, Bob. But actually, in this case, it would be more towards let me build out what I've done for Walter for their product. Right? So, Walter, it's Get Walter, right? So, getwalter.com, we go look at the documentation. Because I have a validated OpenAPI spec, I can actually generate SDKs for various languages. So I don't even need to write them by hand. Right? If you have an OpenAPI spec and your SDK is just an abstraction over that API, all we're looking for, when we're looking to use that SDK is at the bare minimum, the paths that we're going to make requests to, the expected body and responses, and types. Once we have all that, we can write our own integrations really easily. So yeah. And then once you have an OpenAPI spec that you really like, you can start building out docs like this that look really pretty and nice. And they're trustworthy. And you can even wire up, actual requests in here if you want. Things like that. So I don't know. I think it gets really powerful to generate documentation like this. And yes, it looks like the Stripe docs. That's intended. So yeah, for most things, it just depends. If we're building, SDKs based off of an API and its specifications, then we should be able to generate those SDKs just fine. If we're building something that requires custom functionality, think maybe clerk SDKs for various frameworks, yeah, you're not going to generate that by hand. You might be able to have the baseline that is the JS SDK generated from OpenAPI, but then after that, you're going to need other things that are framework specific, and you're going to write those by hand. So there's two basic approaches to building SDKs and integration tooling like this. There's either fully automated or custom ad hoc. I think either one I've got good experience with. Technically, yes, there's the hybrid approach of custom ad hoc consuming your other, OpenAPI generated stuff. So I personally don't think a 404 is a valid response for attendees. It just isn't. Right? Oh, hold on. No, that would be for getting a specific attendee. But here, it makes no sense. Right? Because even if it comes back empty, which is what we actually got, an empty attendees array is what we get, not a 404. And I would say a 404 for an empty array of things would be a terrible developer experience as well. So, boom. All right? I'm going to go through and do that right now for any of the other broad getters of any of these things, right? As long as they're like an index version of it, right? I don't think that's going to be there. But hold on. Let's keep looking. So this post. Ooh, we get a 400 invalid string in email. Yes, this is where we actually need to get in there and modify the data that we actually send over the wire. Technically, I bet if we just did an example in the response for this, or in the request for this, we'd be good. So let's go look at that. That would be posting to attendees. And this is where we're actually going to start making a lot of progress pretty quickly, I think. When we look at posting to attendees, we see params, we see what the request body is and what the content should be, but we don't see an example of that. So instead, we should have an example in there with some fake data that we can just create and we're good. But no matter what, we're going to have to replace the booking value anyway. So maybe we just do it ad hoc. All right, real quick, I have to go use the restroom. So give me just a second. BRB, I'm sorry. I got to go pee. Martis. Oh, yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. All right, Martis. So you bring up a good question. It's just a little misleading. So look at how cal.com is already doing this part. They are generating it from code. That code is a doc block in their code file. That still leaves a lot of room for human error. When you're saying generating the API from code, there is no way currently that TypeScript would easily be able to know what this is. You'd have to do a whole bunch of reflection and compile time magic for any type of generate it from the code thing to know exactly what is inside of an attendee. Right? You can't do that in Go, Rust, whatever. You might be able to do it with macros eventually, but there's nothing that does that as easily out of the box. Golang does not do that. How would you know what error types are expected out of it? It would have to do a whole bunch of parsing of the actual code using reflection and runtime tools that are outside of the compilation process. You would have to know exactly what framework you're using. Dude, right? When you're saying generate it from the code, think about the mechanisms of actually doing so. How would it do any of that? How does it know what it's expecting inside of this request? It would have to go look and find some place that this is happening, and this would have to happen the exact same way every time. There may be ways of doing it, but it gives you way less power and freedom of how you structure your code. Technically, this right here is what a lot of people would refer to when saying generate it from your code. But a doc block has just as much room for human error as a self-maintained OpenAPI doc itself. Like just now, right? In this document, Oh, I guess I can't go back anymore. All right, well, that's fun. All right, when we do, oh, in here, when we do this get, it's really easy to assume that a 404 can happen. Maybe some middleware does it that's attached to the Next.js global middleware, but how would this exact file know that? It wouldn't, unless you do a whole bunch of magic at compile time or runtime. And runtime would slow things down. So instead, there's the error of the human element no matter what. Gotcha. Makes sense, Marcus. Now, this is still useful, but I still find it actually not great, because if we were to do this, we wouldn't catch that until compile time. Technically, until Dredd.js hits it. There's nothing here letting us know that this is not a valid OpenAPI specification even. So I personally hate doc block driven coding. Doc blocks are the worst thing. The maintenance effort is just, ugh. The inconsistency. Some of the stuff we've been dealing with, the amount of indentation is off by like 1 for some endpoints. Right? No validation for that or anything. So yeah, I fundamentally dislike this style of doc block. You know what would be better? A decorator, something that you would actually catch at TypeScript compile time. I just so happen to have made something that does that. Yeah, no worries, Martis. It was a good question. I assume other people were thinking it too. But for the most part, when you hear people say, generate your OpenAPI spec from code, they actually just mean something like this. And that is just fundamentally worse than a whole bunch of other approaches. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. So, spoiler alert, I've totally got a thing that I'm using to generate my OpenAPI docs. I built it into a thing called Calatrava, which is a wrapper around architect. Calatrava is an architect himself. And I end up having this route options decorator that takes in all these props, and they get checked at compile time. Now, granted, these strings right here could be wrong, but that will get caught when I start building my OpenAPI spec and these schemas don't exist. But in my usage of this, if I were to go look at get Walter in here and look at, let's just grab some random endpoint. If I were to grab the accounts endpoint and look at what we could do for, let's say, updating an account, we'd go in and we'd see this decorator right here. Now, the problem with the decorator approach is it requires a class because you can't do a decorator on a raw function. So that's where it gets a little grosser. But it's not that bad of a deal. And it means that if I were to pass a foo bar as a prop here, I would see it immediately in my editor. All these things get type checked and validated at dev time, right? Not OpenAPI spec build time. Now these things, right, whether these, patch account request, account response, empty response, that's a little magic under the hood where I have generated those from my Zod validators, or technically from my interfaces. And I think my interfaces just become these, but my interfaces also generate my validators. Once I've done all that, if I'm missing one of these, I'll find out at OpenAPI spec build time at the bare minimum. So yeah, all this stuff gets type checked. And that is such a bigger win than a doc block. And what up, Swampy? How you doing? Yeah, I really like it, Sergeant Pepper. I'll have a video talking about it soon. I am so close to finishing that video. I spent a bunch of time on it yesterday. I need some more like screenshotted sections of code to like overlay during some of the parts where I'm talking. And then I need to do color correction and sound mastering. So yeah, I've got maybe like 1 or 2 like good solid editing days in me before that's ready. Maybe we do that tonight. But yes, for this same exact reason, right? Not exact. I've ranted about this before. When we are looking at anything doc block based, if you're doing some editor tooling, etc., it means that you need to create something that integrates with every editor for this doc block to be parsable, right? In a way that would let us know we're doing it wrong. At this point, I don't think this is actually being parsed in any significant way. Swagger would need to write a VS Code extension to expose out when this doesn't validate, right? Things like that. For that same exact reason, I also don't like the languages that think, they need to create their own language, right? I talked about Winglang recently. It turns out that Winglang is working on language-specific SDKs to solve this problem for you too. They're, of course, going to say that using their language is worth it, but if you're in an editor that doesn't support their language, well, you can still use the language you're familiar with. And having to learn a whole new language is a hard sell. So yeah, I think Winglang is nailing it by creating language-specific SDKs too. Right? Very much like a Pulumi. I think Darklang is another one that I don't think creating a new language is the right move for infrastructure from code or infrastructure as code. In my opinion, building language-specific SDKs is far more maintainable because you write it once for Golang, and then it just works for anything that supports Golang. Any editor, if it supports Golang tooling and language servers, you're done. So yeah, I think the CDK approach of building SDKs for individual languages is a far more maintainable approach to infrastructure as code. But I've thought about this a lot, so good question. Good chat. Appreciate you. But yeah, what you up to there, Rumple Foreskin? What you up to, Sergeant Pepper, Swampy? Y'all doing anything fun? Anything cool lately? How you doing there, Steve Verser? Welcome. Ooh, Sergeant, that's brutal. Worn out from work, drifting to sleep while you watch? Yeah, no worries, Swampy. Yeah, are you still overseas? I'm guessing so. I thought you remember saying that you were going to be on another deployment. Maybe I'm misremembering. Oh, you never got to go. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I'm out of the loop. But yeah, just another Josh. Thank you for that follow. And Frodlinski, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Barely. All right, let's look back at what we got here. So, posting to attendees. Yes, we would need to go create that. Should we just go from the top? Yeah, we need to do some stuff for actual post bodies. I'm okay with that. We get a pass there for the 400. Yep. We get a pass for the 401. We're skipping our deletes at the moment. Oh, interesting. All right, so this getter is no good. Now, I wish it would show us the entire, like, the URL it resolved to instead of just, like, the raw one without replacement. Yeah, 401 makes sense there. Yeah. This is tricky. This should be a 404, but we end up getting a 403. Is a 404 ever actually possible? Nope. Yeah, it definitely isn't. So 404 here is not found. So yeah, 404, impossible. What do you mean? BG3 was great. You're the one that ducked off and chatted with the NPCs for an hour. I just think you were getting tired towards the end, man. I heard you yawning. Don't blame the experience on your tiredness. Seemed pretty damn good at the beginning. But yeah, you might have been miserable. Robotic Head and Acorn and I were massively enjoying it. If it's not your kind of game, that's fine. I get it. But seriously, Algo, like, you disappeared to camp for like an hour talking to the NPCs. If you want a game on Friday night, though, we can. We'll figure out something. I think calling it miserable, though, is a bit offensive. We were having fun, man. And yeah, I completely doubt your categorization of barely spoke to each other. We spoke a lot to each other. When you blew up the barrels, etc., that whole section. Now, granted, we spent way too long dealing with the guards in that room, but we chatted a lot during that session. So I don't know, man. I'm questioning your memory at this point, which I find very interesting because you claim to have a photographic memory. All right, so I probably need to lurk someone else. There you go. Yeah, I'll throw one on Chrono Zero. All right, so yeah, the patch 400 got 403. Again, that's because we're trying to access an attendee that we don't have access to. Well, I think we fixed that other part where, yeah, 404 should not happen. So 401, yep, that's expected. can't add availabilities to this schedule. Oh. So that's a trickier one there. Wait, why would that be a 401? What? Oh, you tried to do a link. Yeah. We're trying to make sure that their OpenAPI spec is accurate. So we're running it through Dredd.js for testing. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, how would a post to availabilities cause that 401? That should be a 403. All right, so the 400, 401, that would end up being a 403 anyway. So, yeah, something about the availability that we're trying to create doesn't work. Now, schedule ID 123, that's a problem there. I'll leave a comment for that part. All right, so we passed that one. We skipped the deletes. So the availability ID here. Damn, really? Algo gets a little bit of pushback and he just bails. Yeah. I might stop leaving the lurk on his channel if he's not going to repay the favor. So here's something interesting. Why would that be? Oh. What? So that's availabilities index. Let's look at the auth middleware here. Yeah, so their API responses are inconsistent. They throw a 401 or 403 in other cases, but then for this one, this is just going to be a 404, which just isn't right. No, I get the talking to NPCs thing, but don't say it's a miserable experience when you purposefully extract yourself from the group. All right? That's rude. Right? His phrasing and everything, just rude. Right? We were having fun. You know? Like, I don't know, man. But it's not even that. One disagreement and he's out. So yeah, like, I don't know. I'll just find someone else to throw my lurk on during the day. So how is this part, right? This is the get for availabilities of one that we may not have access to. And the error we're getting is an error occurred while querying the database. Oh, and find unique throws. Doesn't it? Yeah. All right, so we'll have to tackle that one separately. Let's keep going and see if there's like the easy stuff we can like knock out. Error while querying the database. Yeah. So let me double check the API. What's up, Widgler? How you doing? I'm just letting you know, man. Like, he's okay to say he's unhappy with it. To phrase it as miserable is rude. And we're already established on that. No. The empathy part is a mutual, like, lurk of each other. And he just doesn't. Like, I don't know, man. Not a lot of quid pro quo there. It's not like he's banned or whatever. It's just, I'm going to find someone to lurk that probably actually deserves it and appreciates it more. Because while I'm streaming, I can throw a lurk towards a stream and passively enjoy their content while I'm streaming. It's just not going to be algo anymore. It's that easy. Right? I'll lurk someone where it'll go farther because they have a smaller number, right? If I can boost someone's viewership 10% from it, that's probably worth it. Algo definitely doesn't appreciate the other part. Because I'm 1 of 60 minimum, right? Or I guess maximum if you consider ratio. And he definitely doesn't seem to care. I do. You know. Fuck me, right? I gotta be real careful of this thumb. I sliced into my thumb yesterday while chopping some cilantro. I rarely do the chop, but it was actually worth it. But yeah, I'll just get something like I'll just be more careful while doing the chop. I was getting a little ahead of myself. Yeah, because we get the tabs thing too much, Kiss Killer. It's boring at this point. Right? We don't even measure it or count it every single time someone does it, and we're already at 471. Like, how much do you think we want to care about that anymore? It's just such low effort. Come on, don't encourage them. Interesting. So what we're seeing is that Find unique should not have that error. Oh, hold up. What version of Prisma are they on? That might be a big part of it. Five point 4.2. So yeah, it's and a late enough version that. Huh. Yeah, that's a weird one. Okay. I don't actually know what the issue is there. Now, how is that a 400 error? That should be a 500. So it's when we're getting a specific availability. So that ends up being for the get, the patch, that 400 is misleading. And our 401 is correct. So get, and this is all for, patch. Get and patch have that issue. So wait, how is this giving us an invalid content type? Invalid type object, expected object. Oh, God. Oh, this one's cursed. Oh, no. What? Oh, so this comes back actually with an array of these things. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So let's go look at this part. And so far, I have not heard from Gaming Crew tonight. So my guess is not happening. All right, so the part we care about. Yes, this is team/availability. That is in this right here. So expected and actual were both 200, but the shape of what we received was no good. And yeah, this is always going to be an array. So it's really the way they're describing the response here is wrong. Yeah, at this point, there is so much wrong with their OpenAPI spec. That we need to work with their team for it. And the fact that my message over in their Discord is just empty, right? Like, just, yeah, I don't know, man. This is starting to become way more work than it should have been. And way more work than I'm willing to do for free. And if they don't care about their OpenAPI spec, convincing them is going to be really tough. Oh, side projects are never that quick. This is already a side project. I could go back to my main project. I got work I need to do for Vexilla. This has already eaten up way more time than I'm willing to actually let it do. Right? For free. Right? Like, the level of inconsistencies is crazy. So much so that we just need to skip this availability endpoint. We'll do that at the bare minimum. Oh, and hold on, Al Royal. Did you get the reference? Right? When you start a phrase with the word dead, do you know what that's actually a reference to? Let me look at one thing here, too. Dredd is a documentation tester. It takes an OpenAPI spec and tests against your existing API. It makes sure that your OpenAPI spec is actually truthful. And we are discovering that their OpenAPI spec is not truthful. Right? It's more than schema validation. It's actual, like, automated integration testing. All right. Who do I send an email to make my pitch for being their OpenAPI wizard? Right? We need Sean Bry here again at some point. I'm pretty sure they have other developers that lurk and chill as well. But who do I need to, like, message? Who do I need to talk to? Do I need to just straight up message the CEO? I already forget the dude's name. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, I don't even follow them. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to send this message. Yeah, man. Yeah, so you still don't know the movie? Okay, yeah. The movie is Cool Runnings. Hey, Senka, you dead? Yeah, man. Right? Every time they wreck or fall or something, Senka, you dead, man? Yeah, man. Yeah, that's the reference there. Feel the rhythm. Feel the rhyme. No, that movie was amazing. Are you kidding me? That's one of the best live-action Disney films ever made. Are you fucking kidding me? You dislike that movie? What do you see when you look in the mirror? I see pride. I see power. I see a badass mofo that's not gonna take nothing from no one. Dude, there's so many good quotable lines in that film. Are you kidding me? Rumble Foreskin, you might have just become my nemesis. Oh, Steve Verser, I didn't go to university, so I don't have a major. Nah. Community college for a 2-year degree? You don't really have a major. Like, sure, yeah, you're focusing on, like, computer stuff, but it's just setting you up for a proper degree. And I never went and did that second part. Nah, I just want to point out, Steve, like, college doesn't mean you're smart. University doesn't mean you're smart. Ever. Nah, man. The only thing that's going to make you good at what you do is effort. No matter what. Talent only goes so far. And being smart is just talent for programming, right? Nah. That only goes so far. Effort. Effort is the key differentiator between successful people and people that are smart but failures. Nah, you're good, Rumple Foreskin. I was just having fun with you. Sorry, bad joke. It's a good movie. I'd recommend it. I saw it in the theater. For sure. I saw Cool Runnings in the theater. That's maybe why it has a special place in my heart. All right, so hold on. Let me type out what I'm talking about. Hey, I'm a Twitch streamer that recently tried to participate in the OSS hackathon. My plan was to make language-specific SDKs using the OpenAPI spec and then make a CLI tool using it. Using one of them. I was deterred by what I found to be a broken or inconsistent API specification. I have put significant hours into building out validation for that, and I am happy to break apart my initial PR into just establishing that validation step. However, I think you need someone on your team that deeply cares about OpenAPI and third-party integrations, especially for enterprise clients that have their own internal tools that they would love to wire up to Cal. This is me throwing my hat in the ring. I know you had a posting for a principal dev within the past few months, and that is now taken down. However, I think I would solve a very crucial role within your team, and I would love to chat about this more. How do we feel about that? I'm not throwing them under the bus. I'm happy to take what I've done and like parcel it out and, you know, just stop here. But I have already invested way too much of my own time, and I got my own projects to build, right? Like, if I'm not getting paid, I have to recognize when it's time to cut losses. And so far, we have experienced a lot of losses when trying to do this, and I would need to actually integrate with and work with other devs that help me understand what they're doing. Okay. So I'm going to copy all this just in case. I don't know if this dude actually responds. We'll see. But I'll at least paste it for later. Right? I want to make sure that it doesn't seem like I'm like trying to like hold him hostage. Like, hey, all this cool work, pay me if you want it. Like, I don't want to do that. I will put in some more hours to break it apart so that someone on their team could act upon it. But at the bare minimum, I don't know if they have anyone on their team that actually cares or knows enough. No, could I do that? Maybe. That's not something I would ever do. I put in the work on my own time without them asking for it at all. Like, no. I would not hold any of what I've done hostage. I will happily put in a few more hours to split this out into a way that they can action upon what Dredd.js is spitting out for them. I'm fine with that. I've made some changes that they're welcome to have too. I understand. I'm not looking for that. I think what I've done so far is valuable. I should attach the VODs? Maybe. I'd rather just chat about it. I could happily create like a document and some of that stuff for sure. Number 2 and number 3, Akira? Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, I stream a lot. You want to know who my number 1 viewer on gaming stream is? A Toda. I know, right? Yeah, it's kind of cool. He's not even like the most like prolific chatter. I think they messed up by saying that. He lurked a lot. Yeah, for sure. He was lurking a bunch. You know, since the move, it's been less, but for the first 6 months of the year, yeah, I think he was lurking most nights. Yeah. So yeah, Toda is like the biggest on the gaming stream. It's kind of crazy. Ethan is number 2 on the gaming stream and number 1 here. Thank you, Ethan. But yeah, the lurks go a long way, man. I mean, it's also your jokes and movie quotes, Sakalo. Come on. Plus, you've been around here for so long. Dude, September 3rd, 2018? That's like 3 months after I started. Oh, you meant the 2023 badge. Gotcha. Okay. I see. Yeah, no worries, Al Royal. And again, I appreciate your empathy earlier. I need someone, you know, to rein in my negative emotions, and that was awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Al Royal. So, looking forward to seeing you again. You did give a follow, right? Oh, you've been following for months. All right. Well, yeah, shit. Thanks. But yeah, apparently you're in the top 10% of software and game dev viewers. Nice. I don't know if... Hold on. I posted a bunch of tweets for it. They didn't tell me if I was like top something percent of streamers. Right? Like, who streams more than me? I guess there's a bunch of like 24/7 streams, so that doesn't count. That doesn't count. But yeah, 101,000 watch hours this year. You watched a total of 400 days in 2023? Yikes. Yeah, exactly, Akira. If I just combine those numbers, we'd be good. Yeah, Lana kills it too. Lana is, yeah, way ahead of me on like the watch hours, I'm sure. Because she streams almost as much as I do on this stream, but she's doing it to like 200 or 300 people while she does it. But yeah, 101,000 watch hours. Lady Blue Notes, I don't know if you saw my other thing. We're at somewhere around like 580,000 total on this channel, like since I started. And that's something like 65 years of watch time. Yeah, like, yeah, that's insane. You talk too much, apparently? No, you barely talk. Are you kidding? Shit, I forgot you were even there. I'm kidding, by the way, just bad joke. 932 of my watch hours? Fuck yeah. That makes you 1%. Right? That makes you 1% of my total viewership. Restarted. Striker's going again? Nice, nice. All right, awesome. That's probably where we're going to end up rating later. Xmetrics, really? 6,000 hours? Yeah, I only stream somewhere around 2,400 to 2,800, but that includes both channels. Yeah, it's tough, Xmetrics. Like, you got to really, like, put in the time. Or be really entertaining. Xmetrics, though, I think last time I saw your stream, it was a while ago. Pretty sure I've seen one of your streams. You don't have a camera. It's almost essential. Yeah, also, reining in your comments in other people's channels would be a good idea, too. I've definitely chatted with another streamer that said you were overly negative in their stream. I don't know if they were kidding or not, but there's truth to the fact that they even said it. Now, it's a stream that I don't even follow anymore because I don't enjoy being there. But I get it. Like, you know. Yeah, it's a stream that loves to do, like, you know, leak code, code wars type stuff. But they also just... I don't enjoy their stream at all. So, you know, whatever. I'm not going to say who it is. That would be toxic. But, yeah, if you have a guess, keep it to yourself. But you're probably right. I had one discussion with another viewer, and the streamer basically told me, take that out of here, get out, right? And it was just rude. Like, it could have been phrased better. And again, I'm a person who's somewhat rude with those statements, but I've never done that to them. So, yeah, you know, I'll just take it as it is and assume they didn't actually want me there. Is what it is. But okay. Hell yeah, you got the 2023 badge too. Here's the thing. I feel like they gave that badge to everybody. I actually really do. I think they gave that to everyone. Yeah, when I get down to the bottom there, hold on. Chat badge unlocked. You are a top user. Own it. Show off your super excellent, shiny new badge in chat. Hell. Right? So I got it too. Now, granted, I lurk a lot. I didn't think I chatted this much. I guess I chatted 17,000 times. I watched 3.9 thousand hours of content. So there, if you look in your, the recap stuff. It's in the recap stuff. Oh, how many hours in a year? Oh, 24 times 365, right? On average? I don't know, man. 8760, there you go. So yeah, if I'm awake, I'm probably lurking someone. If I'm awake, I am most likely lurking somebody, and that is 3.91K watch hours. As far as distinct days visited as a viewer, 358. I missed 1 week of watching Twitch content. I missed 1 week. Here's the thing. I'm actually lurking while I sleep. So I might not even be awake. Like, you know. I lurk a lot. I intentionally do so because that's a number I can give someone. Right? Unapologetically, like part of the system. I'm happy to do so. Just sold your 2023 badge. There you go. You're like one of the people that's selling badges to PAX and like TwitchCon outside the venue, right? Ticket here, ticket here. You know they're not sold out, right? You could just buy a ticket. You don't need to scalp them. Like, come on. You know you can just buy a ticket, right? You don't need to pay for it from one of these fuckers. Yeah, the scalper economy around some of these like events is really low, actually. There you go. That could actually be worth it. A 2-for-1? Ooh, that sounds pretty good, actually. All right. You got my attention. But yeah, what's up, Xenogerm? How you doing? Mr. Nick Papagiorgio from Yuma. Yeah, Ethan, I know that movie reference. That's Vegas Vacation for sure. What button, Xenogerm? Oh, did you just do a sub? Yeah, you have to click like the announcement for us or we don't know. We don't see it until you do it. Oppa! Right? Mazel tov? There you go. Thank you, Xenogerm. I appreciate the sub. It doesn't show us, so we don't know. I did see Akira's. Thank you, Akira. And dude, Akira, I keep forgetting that you're tier 3, man. You're my only tier 3. I don't think I have a single tier 2 either. So I'm going to be really sad the day you cancel that or forget to renew it. I've had others, you know, in this economy. So yeah, that's a little tougher. I get it. I get it. Right? I've had others, but they're gone. They're totally gone now. I don't think I've maybe had one other tier 3. I think the others have only been tier 2s. Currently, you are exclusive as my only tier 3. Oh, Rumble Foreskin pulling the liar liar quote. Was it good for you? I've had better. Like, dude, oh my God. Just one of these days, I'd love to pull that as a line. But it's not a good idea. It's really not a good idea. You better hope that you don't actually want to see that person again. Or that they're a really huge movie buff and they get the joke. It's a very fine line. Okay, so right, so you either need to know this person really well or not give a shit about them. Here's the problem. If anyone ever said that to me, was it good for you? Do you realize the amount of willpower it would take to not say the liar liar line? I don't know if I have that willpower. If I've been drinking, oh, there's no way. This person is totally hearing the quote. I'm just going to hope that I can explain it afterwards. Oh, I just really hope. Oh, I hope they allow me to explain myself. If not, well, yep. There will not be another date after that. It's a Hail Mary. Either you know you have someone that you're really, like, compatible with, or you get to know real early that it's not going to work out. Sounds like a win-win. That sounds like a win-win. I think I just found my litmus test. Ooh, yeah, Manny. Cal.com's amazing. Dude, their UI is beautiful, right? Their UI is beautiful. Their API leaves a lot to be desired. There are so many things that are inconsistent with the way they're defined in their OpenAPI spec. And we found other things too. I've had better. Yeah, there you go. How's their API so far? I've had better. Akira. Oh, perfect. You just nailed it. That was the most meta joke I've ever heard. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Now, here's the thing, Manny. I just shot my shot. I sent an email to their CEO. Not an email, sorry, a PM on Twitter to their CEO saying, hey, y'all need to hire me because I actually give a shit. I didn't phrase it exactly like that. But that was the gist, right? That was the gist. Hold on, let me give like the actual email, the actual message. Hey, I'm a Twitch streamer that recently tried to participate in the OSS hackathon. My plan was to make language-specific SDKs using the OpenAPI spec and then make a CLI tool using one of them. I was deterred by what I found to be a broken or inconsistent API specification. I have put significant hours into building out validation for that, and I am happy to break apart my initial PR into just establishing the validation step. However, I think you need someone on your team that deeply cares about OpenAPI and third-party integrations, especially for enterprise clients that have their own internal tools that they would love to wire up to Cal. This is me throwing my hat in the ring. I know you had a posting for a principal dev within the past few months, and that is now taken down. However, I think I would solve a very crucial role within your team, and I would love to chat about this more. That's what I sent. I believe they are technical. It's my understanding that the founders built out the original product. That was the Twitter DM. Yeah. That's what I meant, Akira. I sent that directly to Pierre Richelson, I think is his last name. I sent that directly to him. Yeah. We'll see. I've got other interviews lined up, too. Yeah, the worst they can say is no or ignore me. I get it. We've got enough of their, team that chats and hangs out on a somewhat infrequent basis, depending, Sean Bry is here on a somewhat regular basis, but we haven't seen him for, a week. I'd love to chat with him more. But yeah, at least one of their devs lurks and hangs out. I'm pretty sure one or two others might as well. Jamie Pine used to work for Cal.com. I'm wondering if we'll actually see his name via GitLens. I would not be surprised if I were to use GitLens and eventually see Jamie Pine's name somewhere. Do we have him to blame for some of these specs that are out of date? Yeah, I think it was super short-lived for him as well. But he still lists it in his Twitter profile, so that's a thing. So Manny, I would say Cal.com is after Calendly. It's after a bunch of the others. They're just the open source version of some of these other scheduling things. And I mean, that right there alone is reason enough to use them. I love the open source first approach, right? Open core, whatever. What up, Thamau? How you doing? Yeah, exactly, Manny. It's such a major thing, right? Y'all could host Cal.com internally at IBM. Totally fine, no big deal. They don't give a shit. If you want support and blah, 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 then you can pay for that, sure. Yeah, for individuals and startups and various things, oh man, I do all of my, hey, you want to schedule a collaborative stream with me? I got a cal.com link for that. I do. Yeah, I just don't advertise it much. Manny, if you ever want to do a collab stream, I'm totally down. Yeah, dude, your student office hours run through it, right? Design crits, all that stuff. Yeah, man, it's super good. It's a really useful tool. They're doing a great job, and their UI is awesome. Yeah, they kill it, in my opinion. I think their UI is actually their moat so far. Now, it is really close to other UIs, too, but yeah, I still think it's pretty damn valid. Hold on, Xmetrics. Is that 3.32K hours watched in general, or is that here on this stream? Oh, hold on. You beat me on the days visited. How dare you? That's your general recap. Okay. So 3.32K hours watched in general. I get that. That makes sense. I still beat you on that one, 3.9. But my days visited is lower. Whoa, Manny, your days visited is 347? Damn. Ooh, I think you beat me on chat messages. I only got 17K on chat messages. All right, so you got me there. You chat in Time Enjoyed stream a lot. Hold on, could you see like what your like chat number is in Time Enjoyed stream? Because that's what I'd be really curious, Xmetrics. Right? Xmetrics, is your like chatting in only Time Enjoyed stream already greater than my 17K across every channel? I think so. I would bet money on that. I would absolutely bet money on that. 22,000 chat messages in Time Enjoyed. Boom! I win a blank sum of money. That means blank check style, right? Classic movie. Hold on, Sokolo's number is somehow 366 distinct days visited. Holy shit, Sokolo. Sokolo, what was your most viewed stream? Was it Danny Stem? Was it? Your most viewed stream was Lana with 1,093 watch hours. Ooh, that is pretty damn solid. Yeah, my most watched stream was Time Enjoyed. And I think a lot of that has to do with how often she gets a raid from channels I raid. Because I do lurk her a bunch, but I don't think it's anywhere near that number. 400 in this stream? Holy shit. Yeah, like I stream a lot. If we were to look at it, I probably streamed like 2,400 hours this year. So you got some catching up to do there, Fire. I'm kidding, by the way. Like, come on. You know that's a joke, right? Come on, man. Yeah, I stream a lot. I stream probably too much. We got 0 viewers over on the YouTube, which is fine. I get it. I think their average viewer, like, time number is wrong because of that now, too. But whatever. The fact that we just recently hit 1,700 public watch hours over on YouTube, that's going quick. Streaming a lot makes it look elite. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. But yeah, I need to hit 4,000 watch hours within 365 days. We're at 1,723 right now. We just hit 1,700 like a day or two ago. But we were at 1,500 like a week and a half ago. When did I start? I believe it was like July-ish, like July 4th-ish. Maybe Lightspeed. I mean, as a recruiter, there's, you know, stuff. As HR, yeah, the whiskey I drink on stream is probably a huge red flag. I can just not drink whiskey during the time I'm doing a company's thing. They know that, right? I've done entire sponsored streams where I don't drink whiskey and I don't smoke weed. I've done that, right? I've done 8-hour Microsoft-sponsored streams in which there was no whiskey or weed. Barely any swearing. I can do that, man. Oh, if I get a Woodford Reserve sponsorship, it's all downhill from there. Oh, Unknown Sheep, yeah, cheers to you. I'm really proud of you because you've chatted here. You've had the temptation in front of you the entire time, right? In those 5 weeks, and it hasn't tempted you. I'm really proud of you, man. Good job. That's awesome. Yeah, just hook it into my veins, man. Everyone go lurk on YouTube or else. No, there's no or else. It's just simply, I'd appreciate it if you did. Here's the link if you want it. No stress. No stress. Like, seriously. I want to hit that partner number. That'd be good. That'd be a whole lot cooler if I did. But, I don't know. Stressing about it isn't going to do me or anyone else any good. I'd lose even more hair. I don't know if you realize, dude, it is getting so thin up here. Ugh, it's gross. Oh, it's really bad. I'm gonna have to start shaving my head every like month or two. I hate the idea of that so much. Yeah, so Xenogerm, the key is it needs to be the frontmost facing tab because they can actually check the page visibility API. It needs to be the frontmost tab in a window. It doesn't need to be your frontmost window, though, because they can't detect that. So yeah, the page visibility API is what they're using to determine if it's worth giving you a thing. So like really, just pop it open to the frontmost tab in a separate window. Good to go. And just put some other window above it. Also, yeah, mute the tab itself, not the player. Even better, mute the application if you can use like a different app for your lurking, right? Mute the application at your OS level. They can't get access to that either. I believe like Chrome may have some tricky hidden access to whether a tab is muted or not. And that might even be tied into the page visibility API, but I don't think it is. I'm not positive. I do believe Twitch is somehow able to determine if you have muted the tab, though. So that's a little trickier to me. I'm not sure how that works. Whereas if you mute it at the OS level for the application, right? If you just have a browser that you leave as your lurk browser, and then, you know, you got your main one that's not muted, they can't detect OS level muting. Or don't mute. Yeah, sure. Then you just get more of me. Actually, no. You should probably mute. 10 Chris's, all with different like latencies, all like speaking like some crazy fucking voice from like the Multiverse of Madness or some bullshit. I haven't even seen that movie. I just assume there's a moment when you hear too many of Benedict Cumberbatch chatting. If they didn't, well, yeah, missed opportunity. Is it such a lazy scene that I bet they actually had it in which you hear X amount of Benedict Cumberbatches actually speaking at once and slightly out of sync, like voicings of the same line, right? There wasn't that? Oh. Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. And also it would have been lazy too. So whatever, I get it. Hold up. Here's one more thing we'll do. We're going to do more, right? So far, I don't see, yeah, like, we wouldn't even be ready for gaming here until, like, another hour. Even if Worm is, like, down to play something. We could play some, like, Vampire Survivors or something tonight. That'd be fine, too. But let me do just another quick tweet. I'll schedule it for tomorrow, but I need to upload the image over here. So let me do that. Photos. Yeah. This one. Yep. Airdrop that to Chris's Mac Mini. So, y'all are going to see my scheduled tweet for tomorrow morning. Right? Spoiler alert. Oh, shit. I need to do one more, though. Dude, Ken's fucking hilarious. I really like that dude. He's awesome, man. He told me something in confidence that I don't think he should be hiding from the world, but I don't know if I have his permission to spread it around. Right? You've heard and you know that I used to get free gear snowboarding. He used to get free gear for another sport. And I bet he fucking kills it at it still. He could strap on a pair of the things he needed for it and fucking kill it, I bet. But he may not want people actually publicizing it. So I get it. I get it. All right. So let's, hold on. I need to convert these. That's right. I keep forgetting. Ugh. It is downloads. Awesome. Okay, so this one, it's a good photo. This is me and Dev, and then other people in the background. Is this Adam Reckis right there? Did I not even realize that? And yes, look at how red my face is. That's how you know I got the whiskey in me. Okay? Just saying. Sometimes I get the whiskey in me. It's impossible to know when. You'll never know. Kent seems wholesome? Yeah, right? Like, even with my beef about, like, how he's presented some of his content before, he does seem like a very nice and, like super good dude. Like, he means well. Besides, like, the thing I called him out for previously. But the fact that Ryan Florence has spoken very highly of him, previously as well. Like, yeah, he seems like a really nice dude. He didn't bring any of our drama into the Twitter space we were both a part of at one point, and he even, like, you know, agreed and, you know, like, chatted. Like, yeah, he seems awesome. He really does. The only issue I take with him is that he was not forthright about basically sponsored content. Right? And I can dislike that aspect of one thing he did once and still respect him as an individual, right? Separate the art from the artist. I just hated the art. The artist seems cool. I bet, given another chance, he'd do the right thing if he understood why I was upset about it and why other people might be. But again, I'm blocked. It is what it is. It's fine. All right, so we're going to schedule this tweet. Hopefully I don't forget. Oh, and you can't... Hold on. Cancel. Get rid of that. There we go. I wish I remembered this other dude's name. I might have had the whiskey in me. Right? Boom, nailed it. Dude, this face. Yeah, all right. So we're gonna schedule that. Do it for tomorrow morning. That way I don't have to think about it. We'll make it AM. 6:11 AM. Oh god. Oh god. That means I get to wake up to like the likes and bullshit, right? So I think that's worth it. Nailed it. Confirm. All right, cool. Nailed it. All right, real quick, I gotta go pee. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Gonna use the restroom. We're at 6:11. I don't know what I'm cooking for dinner tonight. I hope the cilantro in my fridge lasts until tomorrow. So yeah, BRB, gotta go pee. See you in a sec. Ah, no worries, Xenogerm. Have a good night. Yeah, thank you for chilling. Appreciate you. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that's a bummer. Meanwhile, it tastes great to me. Also, here's the thing. When it tastes like soap, can you actually just accept that as like a nuance to the food you eat? It is definitely genetic, but at the same time, I just wonder, like, are you just focusing on the wrong thing? Maybe it becomes overpowering and I don't know, because I don't have that gene, I guess. But when I do have a chunk of cilantro in my mouth, I can totally see what people are saying. Yeah, it does kind of taste a bit soapy. But as an accompaniment to other dishes, as like a mild part of the seasoning to a taco, it's fine. Right? It's like a compliment to the rest of the dish. But yeah, eating just cilantro straight tastes like soap. I get that. It makes sense. Yeah, it might be too overpowering, sure. I don't get that part. To me, I can understand the soap interpretation. I get it. Yeah. Cilantro on its own? Yeah, gross. Who would do that? But a little bit of cilantro on a fucking taco? That sounds good. Thrills gum? Yeah, like Bazooka Joe? Right? Like Bazooka Joe gum? Double Bubble? Tastes like soap real quick, doesn't it? Yeah, Bazooka Joe and Double Bubble. They're basically soap gum as a service or whatever. Big League Chew is classic. Yeah. The problem with Big League Chew is it's very much like, what's the one? The Stripes gum? Oh, shit, right? Like the Rainbow Stripes, like, had the horse, like, unicorn, whatever BS on the package. That shit loses its flavor after, like, 2.5 minutes. Same with Big League Chew. And then you got just this giant, like, when you do Big League Chew, you end up just cramming more in your mouth as it loses flavor, and then you got just this gob of gum. Yeah, like that's not a good experience either. I almost feel like some of those gums were actually punishment, but nobody caught on. Right? Oh, you want to chew tobacco? Here's some Big League Chew. Chew your heart out. Right? Oh, I hate it. I'll never want to chew tobacco again. Ugh. It's like the old school. Oh, you get caught with a pack of cigarettes, now you got to smoke the whole pack? For most people, that was a turnoff. For some people, that was their ever-living, like, ever-long addiction to it. Some people were like, yeah, I loved it. And then they're just smoking a pack a day for the rest of their life now. Right? The 1 in 20. Right? It happened to someone, I swear. Hold up. Hold up. All right, so Bad Cop had a great tweet. Handle RM-RF like gun safety. Never point it at a path you don't intend to destroy. And then in the comments, from K-Melv, at Dylan Mulroy, please take notes. Yes, I replied to it with an ouch from Schitt's Creek. All right, so here's the big thing. I have burnt out on this open source contribution I was doing. Oh, wait. What's up, Unknown Sheep? Yeah. Hold on. Did I miss your previous comments? That one seemed a little out of the blue. I might not have actually, like, seen it. So hold on. Yeah, beta site for what? Yeah, you didn't give us any context. Oh, that's right. Unknown Sheep, I'm sorry. Like, I do forget from time to time that you are the Server Pro person. Let me add that as a mod note. The Server.pro person. I'm sorry, man. I keep forgetting that. That is on me. I apologize. No. I do need to be sorry. Like, you've chatted enough about it and all that. Like, I just thought there was another thing you were talking about. But yeah, I get you. So yeah, you're getting close. It's public now, but yeah, you're just waiting for after New Year's. That makes a lot of sense, right? Don't shake it up on people for no reason. Yeah, man. And again, I really appreciate it. Like, for everyone who doesn't know, put it by my bedside. There we go. But yeah, basically, we've got this thing that I use for voting every once in a while in a way that Twitch, like, voting doesn't work, right? So instead, I can build out, what did we call it? Holiday. Yeah, damn right. And we can phrase a thing and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, this is a Meteor.js application running on Server.pro, which is a service that Unknown Sheep operates. Server.pro is especially useful for people that want to spin up game servers. If you want to support any of these games as a server that's not running off your machine and subject to the grossness. Oh, do you not want me to show this? I still think this is worth showing. I really do think this is worth showing to people. If you want to host GTA, right? 5M, whatever, fucking do it. It's so easy. Rust, whatever. So you would prefer if I did beta? Okay. Fine. It is a very nice site. So any of these, there you go. Nailed it. No big deal. It's a nice page. I don't think the other one was that much worse, man. I think the other one's good, dude. Sure, it improved, but it's not bad to start with. Yeah, the old one is not bad, man. Don't feel bad about that. Ooh, Fiddle. Fiddle's just trying to troll you at this point. I'm kidding, by the way. Mostly the panel that's been updated. I get you. But yeah, super cool. If you want to host a server for any of these games or possibly any other game, right? If there's something new coming out that you'd like them to support that they don't yet, just DM Unknown Sheep. Honestly, I think it's a great site already. Unknown Sheep, I would say your efforts towards the marketing page are far less useful than trying to establish a user base for a brand new game or something. So I think here's the big thing. If we go forward again and look at it, right? I want to do a Minecraft thing. I think that is actually like a cleaner process for them, right? Boom, you're right into establishing a server for it, right? That's actually huge. That's actually a really nice feature, right? So it's not just the visual of what you're seeing right now, but I think clicking any one of these sets you up in an easier way to like convert. So I think, yeah, Unknown Sheep, if that was like your biggest focus of the marketing page, I get that. Nah, I don't mind a light theme, right? Some people here need some light in their life. I'm okay with the light theme. Yeah, Akira, you need a bit of a tan, right? Speaking of, I did not supplement vitamin D earlier today, and I should do so right now. He might have worked really hard on the dark. I get it. It's a wholesome moment, man. You need a little bit of light in your life. Or it's saying you should basically touch grass. However you want to take it, that's what it is. That's up to you. That's a you thing, not a me thing. Okay. Ooh, I would say, hold up. No, Unknown Sheep, the free offers without an account, I don't think you need to optimize that at all. No, I think that's actually the wrong idea. Or at least, like, I mean, I get it. If it's time limited, there's nothing on this page letting me know how limited it is. And that's where I would push back. Right? I don't know how time limited this is. Could I just also point out real quick, if you've already got this infrastructure, etc., spun up, I know you're focusing on game hosting. Hourly renewable. Yeah, I get it. It doesn't show it here, right? So, like, less surprises, the better. You might consider a serverless offering. I'm not gonna lie, like, dude. Again, I'd prefer to do it free. If I could pay you a minimal amount of money to host some serverless functions for like form submission, etc., that'd be amazing. And I feel like you could spin it up via like Knative. I don't know for sure what your infrastructure looks like, any of that. I'm just throwing it out there. I get that, like, game server hosting is your bread and butter. But if I could do anything that isn't Netlify or Vercel, but it's still easy, ooh, you got me. No, that's what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is eventually if you offered your own, like, serverless Knative, like, at the bare minimum, it could be part of your, like, your offerings here, right? Pay us X amount a month for a VPS that does Knative stuff for you. And then you got your own serverless. Is it, you know, edge serverless? No, not at all. But it's still serverless. And you spin up as much shit as you want on top of that. That would really entice a lot of, like, like indie hackers, right? Think about like fans of Levels.io. If they could spin up a dozen projects off of the same fucking instance, now you're talking. Now you're fucking talking, right? They could use render for the static hosting, and they could use the Knative instance on your thing. So that might be like, you know how you have like MySQL, Caddy, Nginx, Ubuntu? You might consider a Knative instance. Right? Then someone knows exactly how much they could possibly spend per month. They know that, yeah, if they're approaching their limits, they could scale it up as needed. And then eventually, right, maybe move on to a thing that makes it easier to scale to the edge. Sure. But indie hackers would be really into the idea of just, no matter what, they're paying $5 a month for a serverless platform that they can just call out to. In my opinion, that's something that Render and Platform.sh and a bunch of the other hosting providers that aren't Vercel, Amazon, or Netlify, they all actually need that, right? But to make your buck and keep yourself profitable, establish it at like a $5 a month, here's your instance, and you can scale it up as we like see that you're approaching your limits. Then bam, boom. So that would be an approach I would recommend, Unknown Sheep, and I would happily use it and advertise it if you want. For free. Like, yeah. Dude, you've given me so much value out of hosting Polyday already. Like, yeah, I'd happily promote a self-hosted Knative instance with zero effort on someone's part. Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. Random idea for you. Totally up to you. But it seems to me like you already have at least enough like runway of clients, of people using your product, that you're already profitable, and then jumping into another like slice of that vertical market would be worth it. But again, totally up to you. And if at some point you want to hire a DevRel, just let me know. Exactly, right? Like, yeah, dude, you're killing it. It's awesome. This is great. Just saying, I think there's more. I think there can totally be more. And you could even get like VC funding if you really try and approach like the Knative thing properly. Because there's so many indie hackers that would love to have their own instance of serverless that they're not going to be like build 10 grand for if they go over their limit, right? But you can still notify them when they're approaching some limit, right? Hey, your CPU time is maxed out, man. Upgrade and you're good to go. I know you're focused on gaming stuff. Can I just point out that the creator of Mixer, right, which used to be known as Beam.tv or something like that, Beam something, they started out as a Minecraft hosting server. And then they realized people wanted to stream the video of it. So they established a video hosting service. And then all of a sudden they built out some tech that was good enough that Microsoft was like, yeah, we need to buy you. And that dude now drives a Lamborghini way too fast on street roads. I've told you this story before. I'll tell this story again. I love this story. This story is one of my favorite stories I can tell. Do you remember this story about the Mixer / like Beam TV guy? Anyone else not heard it before? I'll totally say it again. It's one of my favorite stories of like just being a part of the industry and seeing things in the era I did. If everyone here has already heard it, okay, I can skip it. I can skip it. It's fine. Oh, okay. Have you not heard this story? All right. I love talking about this. So, oh man. Back in about 2018 actually. Right? Early 2018, I interviewed at Mixer, which was previously known as Beam.tv or something like that, right? They got bought by Microsoft and they're a big thing. So I go and interview at them due to a friend I had working on the same team who had previously worked at the same company I worked at. And he got me the interview. So I go through the interview, right? I do some bits. I fucking kill it on one part. Then I go to the second part that's chatting with the dude who started the company that got acquired by Microsoft. And I'm sitting there like, it was basically like a lunch thing where we're just hanging out, chilling. And we get to talking, you know, like, hey, what kind of games do you play? I might have already ruined my chances at the company by saying I play League of Legends as a Singed. Yeah, I get it. They actually filtered me out because of that, not because of the third interview. I get it. But during this thing, like, I ask him, like, what games do you play? He's like, oh, man. Yeah, so I love to play Forza Horizon. It's such a good game. But there's like a little brutal bit to it. So, you know, since being acquired by Microsoft, I actually bought this car I really like to drive in Forza. So I'll be playing Forza with my, you know, my entire setup, the steering wheel, the shifting, all that stuff. I'll be playing Forza, and it just makes me want to go drive this Lamborghini that I'm driving in the game. So I go out and hop in my Lamborghini I'm driving around town, and I just can't open it up like I can in Forza. So it makes me want to go play Forza, and it's a vicious cycle. Yeah, I think that was the biggest, like, oh, I'm not a culture fit, because I'll never understand that mentality. I drive a Subaru that gets me from point A to point B. I don't fucking give a shit about my car. Everyone who worked there really liked cars. Even my friend, or acquaintance at this point, because I had, you know, to call him a friend now, it's been years. Like, no, they're an acquaintance. They went through like 3 cars within 6 months of working at this company because they got some car and it wasn't good enough. And then they got some Audi and then all of a sudden they're like good enough. Like, dude, I would not have made it on this team because I drive a 1995 Subaru and it's all I ever needed. Like, seriously, this 95 Subaru does everything I need it to. I couldn't drive to Stevens Pass on a powder day in a fucking Lamborghini. It's not gonna happen, man. Like, no. Nope. Just not gonna happen. Wouldn't be prudent. So yeah, I am a utilitarian when it comes to the vehicle I drive, and I would not have been a good fit for that team. Because they're car people, and they give a shit about the car they drive. I don't. My passenger side mirror is broken, right? Like, dude, I got dents and scuffs and all sorts of bullshit on my car. Oh, it's beat the fuck up, man. Yeah, my car is a shitty vehicle. But you know what it actually does do well? It drives through snow, and it has some nice tires on it. Hey, that's all I actually need. It drives through snow better than a lot of people's fucking big old pickup trucks. It's a snow vehicle. It gets me where I want to go. Ooh, Geralt, how you doing? Yeah. Are you from Yo-Yo Dine? And yes, that's Buckaroo Banzai reference. I'm assuming you haven't watched that with us recently, so you don't get it. It's fine. No big deal. Are you John Big Booty or John Yaya? Ooh, Geralt. I mean, if you just hang out on a Sunday stream, you will see Buckaroo Banzai. Right? Once every 2 weeks, we play that movie. You're just missing out. That's your fault. Big Booty! Yeah, we watch it on a somewhat regular basis over on Gaming Stream. If you haven't seen Buckaroo Banzai yet, just wait. You will. Okay, so, yeah. What we're doing... motherfucker. Like, yeah, we are... tapping out on this PR. I've done as much as I can do. Here's something I'm going to do right now. YouTube, you're not going to actually hear this audio. I'm going to start playing some copyrighted music here on Twitch. I apologize. You just won't hear it. But I want to hear some music I really want to hear. I know, that's weird. How dare I? Check, check. All right. Yeah, microphone's good. So yeah, Twitch is getting some music that YouTube's not getting right now. I apologize for that. If YouTube would like a link, I'll do that right now. That's easy. That's one of the easiest things I can do. Anyone on YouTube that would like a link to the song we're currently hearing in the future, right? You heard this one. You got the link right there. I am happy to link out the songs we're hearing right now. But yeah, I needed to hear something different. I hear too much synthwave, and those albums repeat so tough because there is not enough copyright-free stuff on YouTube. Let me double check the YouTube or the Discord. All right, so let's try and parcel out what we've done. Holy shit, dude. Oh, Q. All right, we're going to try test Dredd and see if that output is actually added to things again, or if it's properly ignored. That is essential, right? Like, we fucked up in this PR adding that to it. And yes, someone was dead on balls accurate. That's a technical term. It's an industry term, technically. Can we recognize that? Ooh, we fucking nailed it. Hell yeah. Awesome. Nailed that. I totally forgot what I was gonna say. Shit. Party each and every night. You're running out of time, but you can't fake the ticking. Oh, girl. All right, so that's not a great ratio of water, but I've seen worse. We'll do another beverage. Yeah, so I need to make sure we get what we got actually committed, and then I need to pare down what we got into a proper PR. And that might be what we actually end up tackling tomorrow. Cleaning up the PR that we got right now that I'm committing a bunch of shit to that is so far outside of scope of what the PR said it was going to do. That's on me. I get it. But realistically, we can split out what this PR is doing into separate, individually contributed PRs. It's definitely an issue that this PR grew to what it would be. Technically, that was based upon a lot of assumptions I made when building this. It is true. When you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. So yeah, we've done that now. Breaking this down into a minimal PR is going to be actually really fucking tough. So we might end up spending all of tomorrow on that. But that will be where I draw the line on free labor I'm giving. Because I don't gain any value from this. I don't need these SDKs. I don't need any of this shit. I'm not building integrations for OpenAPI or technically for cal.com right now. I gave up on that dream when I realized that their OpenAPI spec wasn't valid. So at this point, like, you know, there's nothing I need to build based off this. So my level of caring is borderline. Like, I'm at the point where I might even just, like, kill my PR and let them figure it out. Fuck it. Because I gain nothing from this. Right? It's not solving any problems for me. It's solving their problems. And if they don't see them as problems, I'm not going to be able to convince them. I'm just not. Like, if they don't think it's a problem, well, fuck it. Whatever. Hold on. Let me double check this. All right, so they know what they're doing. Hold on. Did Cal.com really start in 2007? No, this is the version of the license. Okay. AGPL v3 is somewhat restrictive, but nothing prevents me from spinning up a service around what they're doing and exposing it back to them if they want, but eating their lunch as far as enterprise is concerned. I got other shit I want to do. Eating Cal.com's enterprise lunch is not part of it. I'd like to actually see them be successful instead. But any human being out there watching, understanding their deficiencies, as an enterprise consumer of AGPL code, you can totally do that. You could actually establish your own properly evaluated service on top of this shit that actually solves the problems, and you could make a shitload of money off of that. Because again, major enterprise needs, right? It's not even like a want. They need interactions with whatever APIs they have exposed internally. They need to wire these fucking things up in some way. Yeah, Cal.com's almost like fucking up by not having like a business source license first. I would highly recommend they switch to a business source license so that no one can actually spin up a cloud platform around what they're doing that just does it better due to the things they're actually missing. Right? Because of the AGBL, anything that a other cloud would do would be exposed as open source. Do we think Cal.com has the agility to adapt it quickly enough to not lose their entire enterprise customer base? I don't know about that one. I really think a focused individual or two could eat their entire fucking lunch as far as enterprise is concerned. So yeah, again, Cal.com, from a business perspective, has a major gap. If they consider that their moat, I don't think they understand the difference between a gap and a moat. They are fundamentally different. Gaps can be bridged. A moat cannot, because the moat only has one entrance, and that's the fucking main bridge. Someone creating a new bridge? No, right? Your separation there is just a river, not a moat. Hey, what up, Worm? Oh, shit. My bad. For some reason, I thought you were, like, ending, like, right now at your workplace, and you'd be, like, ready in, like, an hour. I must have misunderstood that. Shit. Well, I guess what I'm hearing is I should probably go raid someone, and we can play some games, right? I know James is saying, hey, we should probably play something else, but I don't don't know. We could get like a good 2 hours. He's good in 10? Well, shit. Okay. For some reason, I read it as you were done right now. And then you'd have, like, you know, some time that you'd need to, like, be ready. I could be ready in, like, 20 minutes or so if you want to play some BG3. If not, we could just play some, like, Vampire Survivors or something. But, yeah. So, yeah, we're waning on the effort that I'm willing to put into this thing. I will put in the effort to make a proper PR towards this thing. And whether Cal.com actually wants my efforts or not, I can at least propose a PR for the part they need. But I won't be able to narrow that down until tomorrow during the day. I also have a call tomorrow morning that I need to, like, actually focus for. Shit. Let me double check my calendar. All right, I got a call at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. I think I'd be good for the call tomorrow. Yeah. I think we're good. So, yeah, let's go raid somebody. I can be ready over in gaming stream here real soon. I'll do some, like, terrible food that I'm totally okay with. I'll eat some fucking sardines and chug a glass of milk, and that's a full meal, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. I got salad greens I should probably make too. Now, I'm trying to avoid the KFC. I got all sorts of food to eat right now. Like, I'm good. I can eat some sardines. I can get some kind of carb with that. I did basically finish the tortilla chips, but yeah. I could do some sardines, I could do some salad greens, and a glass of milk, and I'm set. That's like a solid meal, actually. So yeah, I'm okay with that one. Let me go figure out someone to raid. Fuck it. I got a call tomorrow. Oh, it's for an interview I'm actually really pumped on. I'm going to brush up on it. See, I'm going to wake up hopefully at like 9 a.m. tomorrow, practice some shit, take a shower. I think my thumb should be okay with a shower at that point. Dude, like, I sliced into my thumb bad. Yeah, that white part of my thumb, that is dead skin. That is like callous and dead skin. That shit's gonna fall off eventually as it grows out. So I'm good on that. Yeah. No one needs that part of my thumb anyway. But I am worried about opening it back up in the shower. And that would be the tricky part. So yeah, I didn't shower this morning because I'm trying to give it like a couple days. I think we're good. I think tomorrow morning should be fine. Right? When I like press on it, I'm not feeling too much pressure on the edges. I'm not seeing any extra bleeding or anything. I think we're good. But yeah, like that chunk of skin that's just no good anymore, that'll be falling off as like the rest grows out. I did that trying to fucking dice cilantro, man. Technically chop cilantro. I fucked up. It's on me. But yeah, who we gonna go raid? Yeah, what we gonna do? So whatever stream I was lurking, that was Chrono Zero. They rated Mo Focus, and Mo Focus rated Jut Streams. So they're just a just chatting stream. Justin B. Chow is playing the finals. Ooh, that looks like a good game, the finals. I don't know what game it actually is, but holy shit, there are really not a lot of streams to raid right now. I'm gonna say we go raid Stragger, that's right. Oh, look at the holiday outfit he's wearing. Yeah. It's nice to see Stragger back, for sure. Oh, Tade is not a command. Raid is. All right, so we go raid Stragger. He's killing it. I'm glad to see him back. Glad he's not forever banned. He's got a massive, like, holiday theme going. He's got a Christmas hat. He's got a Christmas hoodie. My Christmas hoodie, I gotta, like, dig it out, but it's a good one. I should probably wear that, like, all month, actually. I should actually bust out the Christmas, like, attire for the entire month. So we'll consider that one. Bananas and blow. Bananas and blow. Moving on bananas and blow. It's a good song, right? If you don't know this song, oh, you're welcome. Yeah, let me shout it out for you. So yeah, I got some work to do to make this PR right. YouTube, later. I'll see you again soon. Thank you all for lurking.